for the year. See if that's right. Because that's how my head works. All right, good evening. This is the regular meeting for the Huntley Community School District 158 Board of Education, Thursday, April 16, 2026. The clock on the wall says 6 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order. A roll call, please.
Mr. Craddy? Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Feckety?
Here.
Mrs. Murray? Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
All right, we have a quorum of 4 board members present. Item 2, closed session. I move to enter into closed session at 6:01 p.m. For the following items related to the Open Meetings Act. Specifically, item 1, appointment, employment, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees or legal counsel. Item 10, student discipline. Item 11, other matters related to individual students. Item 15, discussion of minutes, meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckety. Roll call, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Aye.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. We are in closed session until approximately 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, everybody, for being patient with us. I'm sorry it took so long to come back out of closed session, but your patience is appreciated. We do not have any action coming out of closed session. With that, we have roll call, please.
Mr. Fegedy?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here, and just for the record, we're resuming open session at 7:19 p.m. All right, we have 7 board members present. Our next item here on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, if you all please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sophie Soma. I'm the president of Holling Costa chapter. I have 3 board members here today representing us. I will let them introduce themselves, their positions, and any state leadership columns they have. Hi, my name is Michelle Sobolewski. I'm the vice president of HOSA, and I play second at state and parliamentary. Hi, my name is Anisha Chakraborty. I'm the secretary for HOSA, and I play third for prepared speaking at state. Hi, my name is Allie Moreno. I'm the host and reporter, and I play top 10 in forensic science.
Hi, my name is Lily Galestino, and I'm the vice president-elect, and I play 10 for physical therapy.
Hi, my name is Ashi Sura. I'm the reporter-elect for HOSA, and I was an SLC competitor.
I'm Sayada Hashmi, and I'm the historian-elect, and I'm the SLC competitor.
So pretty much our HOSA chapter is a whole foundation. We're dedicated to collaborate like future healthcare, prepare students for future careers in healthcare by combining career exploration with meaningful hands-on experiences. So throughout the year, we have 136 members this year, and we have the opportunity to learn directly from our local health professionals, such as athletic trainers in Northwestern Medicine, nursing careers through DearPath, and then we focus on skills in dental science and phlebotomy through First Institute in Crystal Lake. So these experiences help bridge the gap between classroom learning and real healthcare practice, all while networking with our local health professionals. In addition to hands-on learning, HOSA members showcase their knowledge and skills through competitive events. At the 2026 State Leadership Conference this March, Huntley High School had an outstanding showing with 24 students competing across 16 different healthcare events. Of those competitors, 6 placed top 10 in their events. 1 individual placed third. We also had 1 team earning second place, and incredibly, 2 events resulting in first place finishes, demonstrating the strength, dedication, and passion of our students.
Our chapter continues to grow as students build confidence, develop professional skills, and explore their future pathways in healthcare. We are incredibly proud of our members' accomplishments and look forward to continuing seeing them grow, learn, and serve as health professionals in the 2026-2027 school year.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to mention one thing. We have Colleen Wise, who is the advisor over here who oversees.
You can come up. All the parents can come up and take a picture.
Need to slide everybody in your seat. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to number 5, student recognition. Files out, Roy. You got this one. Okay.
So, tonight we are celebrating, so we're celebrating a state wrestling winner. I'm gonna let the coach take over here.
This is Janiyah Slaughter. She finished her season, senior season at 37-2. Her 2 losses, went to 2 national tournaments this year. One at Dan Gable, Donnybrook in Iowa. She lost in the quarterfinals to, at then ranked #1 young lady in the country, 2-1. Big when she should have bagged in the 3rd period. And ended up wrestling back to 5th place there. Then a week later, we went to Findlay, Ohio, which is another nationally ranked tournament at Findlay University, where she was actual Findlay State national champ for Ohio during that. And then during the course of the season, was in the finals all the way through. Her second loss came due to injury at the Batavia tournament in the finals. Ended up having to step away from that so she could be ready for the state series. She was regional champ, sectional champ, and she was on fire at the state finals tournament, where she wrestled her way all the way through to the finals against #1 ranked girl in the state, was 30-0, and just dominated the entire state finals tournament. And that was Janiyah's career. I'm so proud of her, and her future is really bright going into college.
Thank you.
Thank you for clapping. I just wanted to say, how I'm very thankful for all the support that Hunk has given me. Also, like, last time I was here, I said that I was gonna come back, and when I'm here, I'm gonna be a state champ, and I just wanted to make that known that, I just, like, through my whole journey, from my freshman year to my senior year, there's been, like, a lot of growth, a lot of adversity, a lot of, ups and downs, and not just, like, my wrestling team and not just, like, my coaches, but the Huntley community kept me motivated, kept me supported, and I just really want to, like, give my thanks and give my support to you guys, because you guys, really, like, didn't give up on me when there was times where I gave up on myself, and I think that me winning this wasn't just me, but it was everybody in my whole community. So I'm really, grateful and thankful for, like, everything you guys have done. I think that's all I have to say. But, yeah, thank you.
Good job.
Congratulations, great work.
I remember you coming.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
What's next?
I'm deciding if I want to wrestle in college or not.
You're gonna be awesome.
Thank
You're gonna be awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I remember you saying sorry, guys.
Yes, thank you.
Coach, come on up.
You may make my job easy.
Yeah, but you're still the coach.
Thank you.
Great job.
Congratulations.
Did you get a picture?
Ed, I want the picture. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we're sticking with the wrestling theme, so we're gonna now hear about this awesome Heidemann wrestling.
All right, hi, I'm Coach Jim Sicky, head wrestling coach here at Heinemann. Just want to start off by thanking the board for allowing me to come here and present one of our Heinemann wrestlers. I have Mason Jacobs here, sixth grader. He wrestled in the 80-pound weight class for us. I actually just came over for my track meet over at Heinemann, so I kind of had a long drive over and kind of think about what I want to say on Mason's behalf. And there's a lot of things I could say about him, but I think the thing that stood out the most was how rare it is. I've been coaching wrestling for a little over 20 years, and how rare it is for a sixth grader to come in and dominate the way he did all season. His impact, influence on the other kids in the room was extremely noticeable from the get-go. But CS Mason, kind of a little bit of a learning curve. One of the first tournaments of the season was a tough tournament in DeKalb, and he got to wrestle 5 matches, and he won 3 of the 5. I think if you told most kids that you're going to wrestle a hard tournament, win 3 of 5, they've been pleased. But I think for Mason, as much as Jordan would say, he kind of took that a little personally. So next, Mason just took it upon himself to not lose a match for the next 2 months. So although Curtis to that journey, he was our regional champ, sectional champ, and 4th place at the state tournament. He finished 27-4, and I think it's safe to say we're going to see Mason a couple more times.
I don't know what I'm gonna say.
Congratulations. Good morning, Coach. Here.
No. Yes, here, you guys, I can scoot over. You wanna? Okay, you can do that, too, yeah? Yeah, I don't know. We're good?
Behind you.
You got it?
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Now I think the moment most of you have been waiting for, the Young Authors Contest winners, I presume.
There's a lot of parents coming.
Yeah, I know, here comes the parade, right?
Get ready.
Yay.
We're ready? Keep coming, keep coming.
Hello, and my name is Michelle Buskey, and I am the 3-5 coordinator for young authors. Christy Gibbs is the K-2 coordinator, and Tammy Carpenter is the 6-8 coordinator. So the District 158 Young Authors Program is offered to all of our students here in grades K-8, and participation is totally optional. This year, we had over 370 student authors submit stories to be judged for our Young Authors Program. This made it super difficult to narrow down our winners, but luckily, we have some really amazing community members who volunteered as judges to help us choose our winner for each grade level in each building. Before we recognize our winners, I would like to thank our parents for supporting their children in this process, the judges for volunteering their time, Eileen Delahante, even though she's not even here, she's still emailing and helping with coordinating, and also the teachers and staff for all their hard work in teaching the students the skills they needed to become these wonderful writers. So the winners for our 2025-26 K-5 Young Authors, and I'm going to ask Christy to please announce the K-2 winners, and then I'll come in back and do the 3.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to start with our K-2 winners that are up in our front row with these beautiful books. We're going to start with our Cheswick friends. So in kindergarten from Cheswick, we have Olivia Zapata with the Deep Blue Sea from Mrs. Thurby's class. In first grade from Cheswick, we have Christian Roman with his book Crumpet and I in Mrs. Lopez's class. In second grade from Cheswick, we have Vivian Iverson with Chive Salad Quest from Mrs. Roncato's class. And moving on to our McCabe friends in kindergarten, we have Alice Bertano with We Can All Be Friends in Mrs. Our first grade winner from McCabe, Peyton Burke with Oh Bowie from Mrs. Goldstein's class. In second grade at McCabe, Aliana the Boy and the Robot from Mrs. Kameniak's class. And last, we have our Levy friends in kindergarten, Ayana Basana, the Powerful Seed in Mrs. Levita's class. Bryn Bauer, who is not here tonight, in first grade, Me and My Family from Mrs. Hora's class. And in second grade, Anya Desai, Believe in Yourself from Mrs. Bott's class. And those are our K-2 winners.
Okay, for our 3-5 winners, we'll start with Martin Elementary for third grade, Riley Richmond, Love Cake Monster in Miss Edwards' class. Fourth grade, Lucas Reinbeck, Fight to Win, Miss Butler's class. Fifth grade, Allie Goldman, The Journal of the Potato, Miss Cushing's class. Conley, third grade, Gwendolyn Botano, Lemon and Lemonade Adventure, Mrs. Randall's class. Fourth grade, Laney Event, Daydream, Miss Pipitone's class. Fifth grade, Carly Marshall, Bloom, Mrs. Gockney's class. Legee, third grade, Markian Royzek, The Dragon Twins, Miss Van Heel's class. Fourth grade,
Zoe Edmondson, The Forbidden Dungeon, Mrs. Marchand. In fifth grade culture, Santiago, Spring Break, Mrs. McLaughlin's class. For our middle school winners this year, we have entries from from sixth, seventh, and eighth at both schools, and we only select one winner at middle school. Heineman's winner this year is Annabelle Catania. Her book is called Poisoned Promises. And from Marlowe, we have Jordan Craigier, The Spark Dragon. We're going to get some pictures of everybody, and then we'll be passing out some awards for you also.
All right, now the hard work, guys. Can I ask you to crowd together a little bit more, together? Okay. All right, guys, you can look up here. 1, 2, 3. And then parents' turn.
Good job. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. One more.
We're gonna have you get out. One more.
Parents, while your students are coming up, thank you very much to all of you and your families for supporting your students. On a personal note, my kids are in their 20s and we still have their books, even though they weren't award winners. So this is really a huge thing for them to do. Thank you for supporting your students.
What about you?
Thank you.
Absolutely. No, the other one. Okay.
All right, Thank you for the brief recess. Item 6, public comment. Do we have anything of interest?
No, we don't.
We do not. Okay, moving on. Item 7, revision and adoption of the agenda. Anything to shift, remove, or change around?
I have a request to, move 2 items off the consent agenda and onto action items, please. And that would be 15.2, 6-month review. If we could make that item 16.10, action item. And, removing 16.6, the resolution, off of consent and making that 1611 an action item, please.
Okay. Noted. Okay, anything else from anyone? All right, not hearing anything further, I move to adopt the agenda with the correction or change of moving 15.2 to 16.10, and also moving 15.6 from consent as well, and making that 16.11.
Second.
Mrs. Maiorino with the quick second. That is a verbal. No. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes with those 2 adjustments. Item 8, superintendent's report, Ms. Lombard.
Sure, we'll start with donations. We have a donation from the Special Olympics Illinois with miscellaneous soccer equipment valued at $247. So definitely, as we are getting more of our activities underway with Special Olympics, we are very, very grateful to that. So very excited and thankful for that donation. I think just a couple things to highlight. Don't want to take some thunder away from some people, but do want to highlight that next Friday, we have our final Institute Day of this school year, and we are excited. You may remember in a board meeting, we had an aha moment and an idea that we threw out there. So thank you to the L&I department and our student board reps for taking my wild idea and making it into reality, because they are going to be leading a student-led session that is overfilled, and we had to open up more room for staff to participate in this, and it's entitled, What Engagement Looks Like, Lessons from Students. So in May, we'll probably bring back another update on that and how that all went, and we're really, really excited for that. So thank you for indulging me and taking an idea that I think is going to be extremely important. All of our stakeholders have something to share, and we all learn from one another, and this will be really exciting. So thank you for that. Our April roundtable, you probably have seen, we had a farewell to Mr. Iddings, and we have a special May episode. We are going to do a wrap-up of the year, tour of great things that have happened, and we will be taking the show on the road as they speak, and I will be going around talking to students and staff and asking them about things they're most proud of and their greatest memory from the school year. So that's kind of wrapping up there. We've got this information that we have had some KPI updates at our curriculum workshops, at our board meetings, at our committee of the whole, but we will be having a final report coming up here in June, as well as already thinking ahead. Typically, we've been waiting until August, September to talk about those KPIs for the next year. But want to make sure that we are able to have some work, listen to some of our staff and administration about maybe bringing those a little bit earlier so that we can get the school year off and running and not leave the momentum that has started from this year behind. So we will be elevating that a little earlier, and stay tuned for those pieces. But definitely wanting to craft the work of Huntley 2030, moving that forward and incorporating our 3 portraits. And then in the end of the report, you'll see our average daily attendance and our chronically absent. This is from the end of March. We have a slight decrease, but just a little bit. So it's really hovering around the same as where we had been. One of the things that, as we know, we did a really big push, for attendance. We're still working those, pieces through and really maintaining the processes that, we found in the district and the buildings as to be a success. And, we're seeing that even continue without it just being like the campaign for the year. These processes, are in place, and, I'll take a slight decrease. We'll each year we'll continue to grow in that, because that means we're supporting our students and our families, and our students are here more. So, while it was a big goal last year, it's one we're going to not let go of and continue to maintain and see that great work. So, those are just some highlights, but I know we've got some other, things that I won't talk about that, some others in the, audience will be sharing later. So I'm going to leave it with that. If there are any questions, I'll take those.
Thank you very much. Item 9, student board representative, Mr. Kanash and Ferguson.
All right, hello, board. So April has been a very busy month for us. We've been here at district office for some late nights, and we've had a lot of work done, and we're just going to share some highlights with you all. So an application update for choosing next year's student advisory representative. We completed the first round of interviews, and we have an audience here. Some of our applicants, not all of them, but they're here observing a meeting to see how it all works. And I'm sure more will be shared later with Ms. Lombard. And then, as Ms. Lombard did say, we are having a student-led professional development, and that was mentioned at a recent board meeting, and me and Emma and Dr. McCrindle jumped right on that, and we had some meetings, and we focused on the theme of classroom engagement. That is some of the feedback that we heard through our middle school tour, our elementary tour, and just what we noticed at the high school as a topic we want to focus on. And it also ties into our strategic plan and our portrait of a learning environment, with engagement being one of those core competencies. And so we have planned a great session, and some of it includes some student perspectives, some education perspectives, but we want to assure you that this is entirely student-led. There has been a team of not just me and Emma, but some other great individuals, student leaders that have come together to put on this training. It is entirely student-led. All the activities, what we're doing was all thought of by students and is being led by students. And since it is about engagement, we are making it very engaging. There's tons of activities happening along with slides. That's all I have, Emma.
On April 29th, there will be another full district meeting with students from each level at Huntley 158. The activities will be led by Ms. Lombard, the district administration, and us. We will also be sure to let the board know about what was discussed and the students' feedback from the meeting. And for our What's Great and Huntley 158 student edition for high school, in order to reach the entire HHS student body, we decided to use an online survey to gather feedback and to allow us time to put together the survey, collect our responses, and to analyze the feedback. We will push this back to the May regular board meeting. Do you have any questions?
I think so. I think it's, at this point, it's on us in order to meet as a team to do the final interviews, right? Okay, yes, it's our job. Okay, we'll coordinate that on this end. Thank you very much for doing that service, very much. And the student-led stuff. Sorry, fumbling with the words, but that's very cool to see that put into action and have such an overwhelming response. That's tremendous.
Yeah, we're very excited.
Yeah, there's a lot to be excited about. That's awesome. Thank you.
Very good.
Any questions for our student representatives? Moving on, item 10, Assistant Superintendent for Learning and Innovation, Dr. McCrindle.
All right, so this was not my update, but just to piggyback off what Ms. Lombard said, we had to move the space of the location too, because it was just too big for the room. So more teachers wanted to be in, we had to open up more spots and the location. So it's awesome. So we're very excited about that. So I just have two updates for you. We are culminating our state assessments. Today was actually the last day for ISA in our district. A couple of makeups might be happening tomorrow. But we are ending and rounding off IAR, which is the assessment that our 3rd through 8th graders take for reading and math every year from the state level. ACT culminated a couple weeks ago. And then DLM is open through May 6th, which is the assessment that our students with cognitive IEPs are taking. So small percentage of our students take that, but it's very important for us to make sure we assess their learning and their growth as well. And so we appreciate our families and our students and helping get our kids here and our staff. There have been lots of special schedules and things to try to make it all happen, but it's an important time for us to help show the learning that's going on because our students are doing a great job and so are our staff. I also have an update on first grade one-to-one devices. So last year, if you remember, we brought a recommendation forward to eliminate the one-to-one devices at the kindergarten level. And so we've successfully been having a pilot of having a small group of Chromebooks in our kindergarten classrooms, and it has gone extremely well. We know that developmentally, students need to be off devices a little bit more than what is currently happening. And teachers were able to adapt. We were able to add more play-based opportunities, time for kids to talk. And we're wanting to roll that up to first grade this next year. And so what we have decided is that we will now have instead of a classroom set or kids taking home devices at first grade level, there will be 10 of them in each of the first grade classrooms. They will be stored in the classroom and a storage card charged, et cetera. And we do have 12 for dual language because they use it a little bit more for speaking and listening in the two languages. But mainly the goal is going to shift to not using the Chromebooks as a part of their day-to-day instruction, more about using it in small groups, trying to help support students with purposeful activities and trying to decrease screen time and help get kids talking and being engaged and hands-on. Again, research supports this. It is the right thing, to be doing for our students. And so we're excited to roll that model up to first grade and then be able to support our teachers in that way. And so I did link a plan that you can see with some rationale, and it breaks it down a little bit more. Students will still have the opportunity to learn about digital citizenship, which is some of the rules that we have from the state with mandated units and other ways to engage with the devices. We're just going to do it in small groups and try to do less of it and to try and get kids talking and engaging together more. And so we're excited to bring that recommendation forward with you. It was successful in kindergarten, and we're confident it will be successful in first grade as well. Okay. So with that, we'll take any questions that you might have.
I want to commend you for moving it forward for first grade as it relates to the Chromebooks. The question I have is what are the thoughts on second grade? And I mean, I know we could just keep going up the ladder. Cause, there was an article that was in the Chicago Tribune. I don't know. Like a week or two ago.
We might have forwarded it to each other.
Like, I think they're coined the term like Chromebook regrets or something. I forget the exact term, but how we all went in. I say we, like the whole nation went into like Chromebook, and then realizing the amount of screen time that kids do have, especially developmentally, it may not coincide with the developmental level. And I'm going to just bring it up from my own like household experience having a second grader in my home, and the Chromebook's not needed in at all. Like for a classroom, sure, but I mean at home. I'm speaking to just home. I'm not saying no Chromebooks. I don't want to appear as though I'm saying anti-Chromebook, but the thought is here. I'm thinking just the amount of resources, money we could save even as a district of rolling it up. I don't know where it ends. Does it end at second? Does it end at first? Does it end at fifth? But it's just something that I'm curious with the long game plan.
I understand what you're saying is all the conversations that we're having. We know in the classroom, students start to use them more as they get in the upper grades, but they're using them a lot less. I mean, we put money and dollars into a hands-on math curriculum, right? We have kids that are using workbooks, and we've shifted to that at the K-5 level. Literacy, they have the tangible magazines that they're reading. And so that conversation is one that we would continue to kind of push as we move forward. We could see a world where we don't send devices home. There's lots of options where you just have a classroom set potentially or a smaller group of Chromebooks at different grade levels. When we talk with teachers, we wanted to make sure teachers were a part of the conversation too. It was, some teachers are like, absolutely, I don't use them, we're good. Others that do capitalize on some of the great resources that we have that allow differentiation of learning. So, different tools, if it's Freckle or something like that. There's some great tools that kids can use. So we want to make sure we support our teachers and how they can shift their instruction along this path. And so I think there's a future where you'll see more recommendations kind of coming forward of what's the appropriate use of the devices, but we're trying to be responsive to our students' needs and also teacher readiness for that too.
I think when you brought that up, I was Probably the same article, probably the same day, we were, sharing that back and forth. And those conversations are difficult because technology is part of our world. And we need to make sure people, leave knowing how to utilize it, but how to utilize it and when to utilize it, appropriately in the right times. And so those conversations, continue to be had. Some of the things that we look at once they hit third grade, that's how state testing is done. And we want to make sure students are familiar with how to use a device, but it doesn't mean that they need to be on it all day, every day. And so what is that balance, and how do we support our staff with professional development and knowing what is the right balance? Because you could go all one way and you could shift the other, and then they're not prepared for, you know, some of those other components. And so those conversations will continue to be had. And instead of just being one grade level at a time, I think our next journey is to look at what does that look like in elementary, middle, and high school to be able to make some of those decisions moving forward. So those things will come forward probably in grade bands rather than one grade at a time.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, and yeah, again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm anti-Chromebook, because I think I agree with you, Ms. Lombard, that there's still value. The reality is that kids are using technology. And I think where, that same article we may have read, it was discussing more so the device coming home.
Yeah.
And you have families or parents who are trying to wean kids off devices, and they turn the device into, now I'm going to go on YouTube, because they have access to YouTube. Now I'm going to go on and play games on the Chromebook. And so it just becomes a potential battle for some families for the device going home. I get it, like, as you get older, it makes sense to have device go home. Okay. And I'm not saying I know the answer to it, it's more so, you know, how do we balance that? And I think you said it well, Ms. Lombard. Yes.
We're committed to continue to explore that for sure. I wanted to also just add, for students that have IEPs or something, a need for a device written into their IEP, they will absolutely continue to have access to every tool that they need. That's not going to go away ever. We would always provide that, but this is for all of our other students.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions? Thank you very much for that. Item 11, Chief Financial Officer, Treasurer, Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. Just a quick update, well, for the community as well as the whole board. Last week, if you recall, we had the fiscal workshop, the Finance Committee fiscal workshop, where we took a deeper dive into the financials, especially looking at, well, the difficult challenges, financial challenges that we have ahead, FY 28 through 31. So we did take a deeper dive. We also had Bob Lewis from PTMA out to share some funding opportunities, specifically life safety bonds, as well as the county sales facility tax. And then over the next few months, we'll kind of bring some of these things that we shared at that meeting to the board via the 5-year plan and future budget presentations, as well as possibly some of those other funding opportunities. So stay tuned on that, but it went very well. It was a very productive meeting, and if any of the other board members that were there want to chime in, you can do so, but just wanted to update the community and the rest of the board on that. Very well.
The only thing that I'll add is that I would like to see this ultimately opened up to the public, have that conversation, so that it is a matter of transparency, but even more so is the education component of school finance. We all want it to work intuitively, and a lot of times it just doesn't. And so anything that we can do to educate the community a little bit and bring them up to speed, I think is tremendously valuable. Assistant Superintendent of Special Services, Dr. Gill.
Okay, so I have just some fun updates, and I have a guest speaker, because why not? I'm going to have Marco, if you want to come up to the podium. I'm just going to share 3 quick updates, and then I'll let you share yours, okay? So while you're patiently waiting, I will just share this. Last night, we hosted our transition to adult resource fair at the high school at the same time that we held our college fair. This is the second year we've done it in partnership with the college fair, really trying to create an opportunity for families to do both. We had a significant growth in our participation, so our attendance for students and parents and families, increased by at least triple. We had counters and we were clicking away. We had at least 50 additional members, and we had families attend from neighboring communities. We had, Ms. Hall and I had hopped on a call with Crystal Lake, Woodstock, Marengo, other directors who oversee transition programs, and invited them also to participate in the Transition to Adult Resource Fair. And some of our surrounding communities aren't as large and don't have something in place. So we did have families represented from Crystal Lake and Woodstock last night, which was really exciting. So on top of that, we expanded some of our partnerships with the vendors who come in to support adult services. Last year, we had 24 vendors. We brought in 37 this year. All of the vendors support outcomes for our students in the areas of employment, training, education, and independent living. So we had a variety to represent all of those areas, which is what we support in our transition planning for students with IEPs. So it was really an outstanding event, and we had amazing student volunteers. Friends over there were friends for life. We had a great student volunteers, staff who volunteered. It was just really a great partnership. So I wanted to share that update. Also, a quick update for Special Olympics for those of you who are following our Huntley Hurricanes. I know we all do. In March, our junior basketball team advanced to the state tournament. They earned an impressive 4th place finish in their division. They continued their momentum in April, so leading some stretches at the Don't Be Fooled 5K on April 11th. That was very exciting for them. And the following day, we had 12 athletes compete in the soccer skills regional event in Belvedere, with five athletes earning gold medals. Looking ahead, if you're not doing anything, our Huntley high school soccer team, our Huntley Hurricanes high school soccer team, will compete in their regional event on Sunday, April 19th at Hinsdale South High School. And we have 22 athletes set to participate in athletics, track and field, Saturday, April 25th at Hoffman Estates High School. They always have good weather on that day too, so it's a great day to come. I've already shared that we have some upcoming special services events, from a sensory-friendly haircut this weekend. We have our Thriving Support Group on April 23rd, and then May 3rd, we have our sensory-friendly shopping experience at American Eagle, which was awesome last year. So all of that is awesome, wonderful, and just highlights the great things that are happening in our district, but almost nothing competes with our student spotlight this evening. I'll let you introduce yourself, Marco, but Marco here is one of our student leaders, and I would say an ambassador to the work we're trying to do in our district around meaningful inclusion. In a high-level summary, he identified a need for accessible supports at district events, and he initiated an idea to create calming kits to support regulation and participation for students with sensory and emotional needs. This process was started by an idea, but in a very collaborative and just informative way, from Ms. Lombard to Ms. Hall to myself to our district specialists, our AAC facilitator, and our OT team lead, who met with Marco to talk about what these kits should or could include. Marco took then the initiative from there to implement and create calming kits. Before you show your calming kit and talk about it, I do want to say we used these calming kits for the first time last night, and we had a parent with 2 young adult women, and they both used the calming kit, and Mom reported to us afterwards what a huge help it was. It allowed her to participate in interacting at each of the vendor tables, while her daughters had an opportunity to just stay occupied and remain regulated. So huge thank you to you, Marco, for taking an idea, and Ms. Lombard and Ms. Hall are specialists who partnered with Marco to get this up and running so quickly. So you have the floor now.
All right, I'll start with, I want to thank Ms. Gill, Dr. Gill now. I know her, Dr. Gill. So I want to thank you. I also want to thank Ms. Hall. I want to thank also Ms. Ryan for her help with this, and Ms. Evanston as well, both for collaborating with me. They will also soon, hopefully, in the future, future, collaborate with me on a lot of other things they want to get done, so I'll be there for that. But I also want to give a special thank you to Ms. Lombard, because that's a very, very, I mean, she's really been like an idol to me, really. She's just done a lot for me, and I will eventually come around to wanting to give the honor back. I'm working on how that can be achieved. It's a work in progress.
Margo, we have some ideas for that. We're gonna partner on that.
Yeah.
Dr. Dare has some really good ones.
Thank you. And so I want that to be my very special thank you, because you've done just way too much for me, Ms. Lombard, and I'll always be grateful for it forever and ever. Now, to start with where we left off, I was definitely amazed yesterday when that had happened, when that went into action. I mean, Miss Gill was there, and not Miss Gill, you were there.
I was there.
Miss Hall was there. She was like very quick on this. When she saw those two having this, I believe it was an animal that set them, if I remember correctly. And that very quickly, Miss Hall came into action. She's like, well, let's use this. And so she went, took it over there. She brought me along with to bring another one, but she wanted me to see how it went in action. I called it the sea trials, really to see what happened, the trials, because I wanted to make sure it worked. And so I was so happy to see. I mean, I looked at it, I saw it, and I was like, wow, it's amazing what we saw. And so I just stood there. And then I walked back, and I was so happy. I was like, I really just did that. I really just made that change. And so, I mean, it's crazy. But now I'm going to get, now I'm going to get into showing the bag, actually, because you guys are all waiting for that moment. So, without further ado, so here's the actual bag itself. I could come and bring it around.
Yeah.
Right here. So, this is what it looks like. Then I'll explain everything that's in it. Now to explain what each thing does, because that's the best part. So I will open it now. But actually, the first part I should talk about is this part. This is the most important part. We wanted to make sure that when we were doing this, that we would make sure that this thing was definitely safe-proof, just in case anything were to happen. And I wanted to compliment to Miss Ryan and Miss Evanson for this one, but Miss Evanson ultimately put it in the Canva, and she put it together and said, this is what looks pretty good. And I approved it. I was like, wow, this thing looks amazing. It basically just gives a little disclaimer, and it's perfect for that. And then on the other side, of course, I was like, we have to have it say the actual name. So I was like, perfect. Now to explain what's in it. I'll start with this part, because this part's the best part, and the longest, I would say, a part we really considered. So we went through, this is what the district currently uses for not AAC, both on the tablets and not on the tablets. And so we looked at many designs. I came up with some designs, and then Ms. Ryan came up with some designs, and ultimately Ms. Ryan's designs won in the end, because I was like, they look pretty darn basic. I was told that yesterday night that also there could be more improvements, but like I said, this is a trial, so eventually if there needs to be an improvement made, we'll look into that. But right now it's perfect as it is, and it does the job in its current state. So we have on this side with all the picture and the words, and then on this side, we have it where it can also be spelled out. And that was kind of the concern that they gave to me. It was like, oh, well, if we were to have it spelled out, we would want somebody to kind of know how to quickly understand what's being typed. So I was like, yeah, that would be something to think about in myself. So that's what I'm thinking. But definitely the front part is the best part to use because it's the quickest, easiest way to understand. That's for that. The second part, we had to really incorporate a lot into this for the fidget part. I was like, I couldn't just go without having one fidget. I wanted to have multiple. So I started with first the squishy ball idea. That was one that was really big. I saw this I looked at fire departments and how they do theirs. And they say this is the best, one of the best ones to do. Then we have this one, the link chain that can be like played with like this and that. Basically like links. And sometimes, occasionally, it might get to the point where someone might try to learn to take it apart because it's just occasional that could actually have that purpose. But usually it's just meant for this purpose, of playing around like that. Then, this is something that was really considered. I had to think about it, and I remember back to my elementary days, and I was like, this is something that we were taught to use kind of a little bit in situations when we're very like upset and stuff. So if we put it like this and we stare at it long enough, it helps calm the body down. And it's proven to be very effective in those kind of situations where you just stare at something to get calmed down rather than looking at something that's not calming. Then, of course, priority number one, headphones. Priority number one was that because we're like, that is the most thing that will be definitely requested in this idea is that we need to have this because that's the first overall problem that occurs under all the others. So we definitely had to have this first. So I was like, yeah, this was like the first to be approved easily. And I was so happy that it was one of the first to be approved. Then, because I had to make sure that also we incorporated on the light sensitivity as well, not just the hearing sensitivity, but also light sensitivity. We also added sunglasses. That's for the light sensitivity as well. Then, I don't know if it's here. Oh, it's not, but the other one, you would find that there's also this like pulley stretchy thing that Ms. Lombard actually tried out and found it pretty amazing. It's pretty nice. It's a pretty nice one as well, and it was one that I found in a lot of other versions that I've seen the examples, and I was like, it makes sense. So I was like, gotta have it too. But again, improvements will always happen along the way. Like I was even considering, like, should we do clear or should it be darker? But we ultimately said, let's just stay with clear. Clear is nicer. And so that was pretty much with that. And then we agreed that part. Of course, improvements will be made, and I'm open with all those improvements because I'm like, I don't want it to be one thing forever. I'm always open to, well, what can we do differently to make it change with each, I guess, time we would need to change it because, you don't always want the same thing over and over. And always there's advancements coming with new technology, so hopefully to eventually incorporate that new idea, those new things into this eventually. And then another big thing would be to then have this kit brought into every school as I would say, like I said, I always put it as important as an AED to have it as that emergency kit where you have it readily available and anybody in the school could use it at a moment's notice. And that was pretty a big thing. And so I'd like to say that that's one thing, including, and I just thought about this today, is that, well, when Miss Hall did that when she acted yesterday on those two women, she proved to me something that is very valuable, is that we need to there needs to be just a little tiny bit of just knowledge to the teachers or staff on how they know when to use it or how to just quickly go for it, right? Because I was like, if Ms. Hall knows how to use it, right, because she quickly acted, and that quick acting did everything. And I was like, we need to make sure that it's understood when we bring it to other schools, like everyone else, understands immediately, that this needs to be, in these situations, this is what you'll recognize, this is when to use it, things like that, so that we can make sure it gets there in that moment. It's all about the moment, as I've been learning.
We can make that happen, Marco. Nice job.
And so that's pretty much that part of it, and it's the most, and I guess the start, I would call it the many, many things to come in the future. This is just the start of the future part that I'm taking on. I'm so happy that I got the chance to take it on.
Oh, we appreciate you very much.
Marco, last year, I had an email, towards the middle of the year, not right at the beginning, from Marco, with some ideas. And one of the things that really struck me, was the ideas that I think a lot of our students have. And maybe not the same ideas, but how do we continue to enhance this district to really make sure that we are impacting all students always? And that's what you had said yesterday. And Marco, you took that initiative that I hope that more students will do, to feel comfortable to bring ideas to myself or other adults in the district, to be able to see those things come to fruition. That we are here to listen to the ideas that our students have. They're ideas that will make the educational and the extracurricular activities better. They're going to enhance opportunities for our staff. And the more that we can hear that, this is the perfect example of student voice working together. And yesterday when we were there, got to see this come to fruition. It wasn't something that I could have work on day to day. So we put you into contact with the right person who could take that idea, and those were three pieces. So thanked Marco, and then Marco, I said, Marco, is there anything he could do for you? He's like, yeah, can I get one of those district lanyards? So you've got that district lanyard, right? And that's a thank you to you. And again, I hope that more students will follow in those footsteps of don't be afraid to bring ideas forward. There were some things we talked about last year that we just couldn't do right away, but we started the steps towards that. And together, we can all make change here in this district. So thank you for that.
Yeah, it's definitely, one of the things that I would say that I had it's the first biggest honor of my life, because now I've just undergone the second biggest honor of my life with joining my advocate organization now. But that's the second honor of my life. But I always will come back and say my first honor of my life was being able to come and be a part of helping bring my school district to be able to learn and kind of open themselves to a new beginning of, where do we stand with all this? Because I know that there's a lot of things, and I was talking, actually, I told Ms. Hall today, I was texting her today, and we were talking about all the things. I was telling her, I would love to have had, I was telling her, I wanted a few minutes after this, but since this is so long, we were scheduling it for later, to talk with Dr. Gill and Ms. Hall about, well, what can we do next? So I'm just writing a bullet list of everything until that summertime date, and I'm going to see what we can achieve, and hopefully. And I've also have taken into consideration really strongly, and I've looked into it today, Ms. Lombard's idea of the buddy bench system. And I looked into it, and I'm like, this is a very, very great idea. And I'm like, this is something. But then I said, how would I be able to make sure that we actually use it for that purpose? Because I want to also make sure that the people who understand it go for that purpose. So I hope that me and Dr. Gill and Ms. Hall can all
I
figure.
will get you on my calendar. We will make that.
Yeah.
I promise you, we're talking the same language every day.
Yeah. And I hope that we, and I was like, giving him summer's a great time. I told Ms. Hall, that's great for this, because if I need an extra day, we can always set an extra day, and I'll probably.
We might need two.
Yes, that's what I was like, I'll probably need 2 days. But I was definitely I hope to then come back here and say give an update on all the wonderful things, because I will be going to Light next year, so that will be my, still being here, because I remember Ms. Ryan and Ms. Evanson, they told me the first thing, they were like, you're going to be leaving, you're a senior now, and you're going to be leaving, and we're like, no, we don't want to lose you so quick, and I'm like, you guys aren't losing me just yet, I'm not trying to hit that.
I will invite them to the meeting, so, they will be there too, I bet.
Yeah,
Thank you, Margo.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
So cool. Thank you, Marco. To the 3 students who are sitting in the reserve seats, that's the kind of thing that I'm glad that you're here to see, because this is the kind of student voice that we love to hear, of positive change, whether it comes through administration or through the 2 people that are sitting here at the table now. This is exactly what we are trying to do in having that kind of engagement. So I'm glad you're here to observe that and hopefully take it to heart. Thank you.
Yeah, to piggyback on what Mr. Troy has said, that is such an important component that we as board members look for. You're in the thick of it, and you're our best resource to bring to us and to help us understand what you need in your learning environment, and how we can meet, and to meet your needs, to really understand what's going on day to day in the buildings from K through 12, even into light program. We're not there every day. It's your world. We're here to support that in the best way possible for you. So ideas like that, and Ms. Lombard, is there any way to push this particular, this experience out to students? I think that it was great for us to hear it, and I loved it. I enjoyed every second of it, and I think I might want something out of that bag. It's a little calming thing right now. But for students to really see that they can come with an idea, and then it could come to fruition, and how do we push that message out so that you guys can see that it really is something that's tangible?
I think there are probably multiple ways, and one of the best is, right, and if there's things that we can do with video and social media and share those examples, taking a handful of examples, and we do have them, and making sure that we share, and sometimes the ideas come and we can't do them right away, but we can get there, and we are better together. I think there are some great opportunities that we can do so that on the start of the school year, our students know that it's just not talk. We really, really do mean that. And so we got some ideas. Maybe there'll be a video and site coming soon, and we can get that out to the student body across the district to be able to know. Don't be afraid to come forward and share those things.
Yeah, this experience is so empowering. It just sends that message that it is possible. We're not just adults up here that are just, unapproachable, that we want to hear those ideas.
All right, thank you for that. Dr. Gilly, you're good?
Yep,
Awesome.
that was it.
Item 13, Director of Communications, Public Engagement, Ms. Barr.
Thank you. That's going to be a tough act to follow. But, so I did submit for your review the monthly FOIA report. We had a total of 8 FOIAs in March. Any questions on the FOIA report? Then also did the monthly dashboard. That's just kind of the ongoing analytics of the communications department. Any questions on that?
Sorry, I had a quick question. When we have community events, because this just came to mind when Mr. Troy was talking about our financial workshop the other day. What makes our Facebook page? Because that seems to be where most of our families go. I know it was posted on Board Book in the meeting, but I had seen that there were a couple of events Tuesday, Wednesday that were posted, but that meeting didn't make it on there. And I think some people were under the assumption that the financial meeting was a workshop for board members, that it was something for us, kind of like our self-evaluation, that maybe we were opening a meeting and then going into closed, and it was a workshop for us to understand. Is there some rhyme or reason as to what makes the Facebook page?
Yes, I mean, I try to put things that are relevant on there, and especially when it comes to the board. I do think that these workshops are new, they're new, and I don't think we did that with the curriculum either. But moving forward, we can definitely make that a bigger deal and have that out on Facebook.
So it would be the PTAC, the curriculum, and any finance, or any other, maybe it's another.
Yeah,
maybe
I haven't done it with
HR.
PTAC either, but I certainly can.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was, you know, if something that made or break.
I think it was just, in the past, it's been the cow and the regular.
Yeah, that's really what it was.
But if we want to put out any of them, we will make sure we do so.
Yeah, I think, because I feel like that's where the community goes to, I know TIAC was on there, and so it's just to have a little bit more, I guess, consistency and continuity as to what's on the Facebook. Sure.
Yeah, we can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I don't hear it. All right, thank you so much for that. Item 14, President's Report. So, a little light bulb went off in my head while listening to Marco and actually Ms. Lombard as well. We have now put together a few of these good student interest stories, and with the conference coming up for Triple I thought this might be a good connector to present to other school boards, the same way that there were several of us who sat in on a seminar or a presentation by somebody else about having student board members, student ambassador board members, and get that messaging out from 158 to other school districts to say, hey, it doesn't stop with two people sitting in those seats. This is something that builds on itself, and having the student engagement. In fact, a lot of the work that even they have done would be wonderful to do as a presentation topic. So if there's time to get that submitted, to look at that program or that kind of a
Yeah.
I think that would be really neat.
I haven't seen the call for proposals yet, but be on the lookout. We can also go onto the website, it's out, we'll get that working on.
Yeah, and if it works, great. If not, you know, it's something to build on for next year and say, yep, we've added, now we've got another year of different things under our belt. Let's bring all of this out.
Yeah, even hearing how much interest there is with the student-led learning next Friday, how many staff members want to hear from the students. I think that's a really big component here, is everybody does want to hear from the students. It's not just, we value your opinion. That's evident. If you've got so many staff members that are wanting to sit in on this, that's pretty evident that this is what's wanted.
Maybe we can take if the board's okay with that, the idea of the proposal is how do you take, one, the lessons learned from our first year with having the student advisory representatives to the board, but then also using it more than just that, but how do we continue to amplify and look for intentional opportunities for student voice, and then bring those things to action. So taking it even more than just sitting in the board meeting, but because you guys have done a lot more than that, going out into the buildings and bringing those ideas and how those come to fruition. So looking at that proposal, kind of just a little bit broader there with student voice in general.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Other than that, I don't have anything. If there's anybody that wants to add something to board discussion, now's a good time to do that. I'm not hearing anything. Item 15, consent agenda. We had two items that were earlier pulled from consent. Is there anything else to pull from consent? Not hearing any. I move to adopt the consent, or approve the consent agenda. That's the word I'm looking for. Approve the consent agenda for items 15.1, 15.3, 15.4, 15.5, 15.7, and 15.8.
Second.
Second for Mr. Feckety. A roll call vote, please.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. And it was adopted. Perfect. Adopted and approved. Item 16.1, HR personnel list. Dr. Zier, anything on there to highlight or discuss?
Nothing about that.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Zier? That I move to approve the personnel report as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second for Mr. Root. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? No. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Item 16.2, policy revision, first reading. Dr. Zier, with regards to the health insurance for substitute employees. Anything to add on this one?
I have nothing to add to that.
Okay, any questions for Dr. Zier? All right, I move to approve first reading for the HR health insurance for substitute employees policy.
Second.
Second from Mr. Bobby. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 16.3, this is a multi-year contract versus the superintendent special services. Move to approve this contract as presented in the agenda today.
Second.
We'll give that one to Mr. Ruth.
So fast.
Still yours.
You get the newbie nod on that one. We have a motion and a second. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 16.4, this is the multi-year contract for the Director of Communications and Public Engagement. I move to approve the multi-year contract for the Director of Communications and Public Engagement as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second for Mr. Craddy. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Item 16.5, the multi-year contract for Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Innovation. I move to approve the multi-year contract for the Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Innovation as presented in the agenda.
Second.
This one I'll give to Mr. Bobby.
Oh, come on.
Because he missed out on the last one with Mr. Ruth. Thank you so much. Ms. Lambert, do you want to come first?
Yeah, I was hoping I could jump in on each of those. So, I'm gonna quick go back, and just say, pleased to have brought forward both, the other two multi-year contracts, for Dr. Gill and, Mrs. Barr. The work that we have begun and we're continuing to move, it feels like it's 3 years, has been a long time, but we are, got our boots going, and the work that we are doing here, is fantastic. And the two of you do have an integral part of that and are part of this team, and very pleased to be able to bring that both of those contracts forward. And Dr. Hoyu, this is a new, this is gonna wait, don't cry yet, no. So, I just wanted you, Dr. Hoyu, you've been in the district now, 12 years, it seems like forever. And we're excited to be able to, have you staying with District 158 here in Huntley, and joining our administrative team at another level to be able to continue to impact all of our students and all of our staff. And I know there's a couple of staff members here for you too. Welcome. Thank you for the work that you've continued to do for 12 years, and we're excited to see you help us move Huntley 2030 forward into the years to come. So very, very pleased to be making this recommendation this evening. Thank you so much.
All right, with that, we still have a motion on the table to vote, so it's not officially over yet. So not to keep you in suspense any longer, I believe we have a motion and a second, so go ahead and roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes, and congratulations.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes, and I just want to say thank you for your leadership. My boys both had you for a principal, and you're very much loved here, so I just want to say congratulations.
I know, I have like one of my
Yeah.
original vacations.
Yeah, mine were too, so, yes, I look forward to your continued leadership. Yes, yes,
All right,
Yes.
continuing on with the roll call.
yes, yes, I approve.
Mr. Bobby?
Why not?
Yes,
No?
congratulations.
Mrs. Marino?
Yes, and congratulations.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. This is where I'll insert my personal comment. I wanted to make sure we got through the votes on all of these. To all of you, thank you very much for your dedication and hard work, and everything that you do to make this district shine better the next day than it did the last one. So, with a lot of gratitude, congratulations to all of you. All right, that motion is passed 7-0. Item 16.6, the addendum to the high school principal contract. This is for Dr. Beelan's contract for his sabbatical leave for 1 year. Motion to approve the 1-year addendum to the high school principal contract for the sabbatical leave for the 26-27 school year.
Second.
There we go. Mr. Bobby got the second on that one. Roll call vote, please.
It looked like Dr. Aaron wanted to say something. That's why I was pausing.
Yeah, I just wanted
Sorry
to
about
say, just a quick few things about that. As we know, Dr. Beelan's going to be the president of the National Association of Secondary School Personnel. I think I got that. And so, so he will be, moving on, to have that role for 26-27. So we're looking at having the sabbatical approved tonight, so he can serve in that capacity for the next school year. I know Ms. Longaard may want to add a few things.
Just wanted to say, well, I know that, this is, supporting, one of our current staff members in, stepping into a leadership role. This is on the national level. And while, that is, assisting and advocating for, public education across the nation, it is really, going to be something where, he is able to bring the things that we are talking about here tonight and have been doing in this district at a national level, and really being able to help support and share the great things that are happening here in Huntley 158, as well as bring ideas back that will be able to continue to enhance our programs here. And so I do know that while it's allowing him to be doing that component, he still is really supporting Huntley 158 and on that higher national level.
For that, I believe we have a motion and a second in place. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Marino?
No.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
That motion passes 6-1. Item 16.7, the interim principal contract. This is for Ms. Lekowitz at the high school. Step into the shoes of Dr. Beelan. Anything to add further on that?
And this would just be to, make, Ms. Lekowitz the interim principal for the 26-27 school year.
And if and when approved next, the three of you heard it first, but we will be sending out a publication to all of the families in 8th grade and the high school tomorrow.
Second from Mr. Craddy. I believe all our ducks are in order, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With that, roll call vote, then, please.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mrs. Marino? Yes. Mr. Troy?
Yes. That motion passes 7-0. Item 16.8, the associate principal contract. This is tied to the same thing, the same issues we've been voting on so far. This is for associate principal Kowski. I hope I pronounced that close. If not, my apologies. To approve her contract as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second from Mr. Ruth. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peckety?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0. Item 16.9, supplemental purchase orders and accounts payable. Mr. Altmeyer, anything to add?
No, I just want to point out that this is the new report that came out of Skyward, so a slightly different look and feel than our previous reports. We're going to continue to work with Skyward to see if we can, that report that you're looking at is based on purchase order number order. We're working with Skyward to see if we can get it in vendor order, so it's a lot easier to find something if you're looking for it versus looking through sometimes 15 or 20 pages. So we'll continue to work with Skyward on that, but obviously wanted to get that to the board for approval. And then lastly, I can't believe I didn't provide an update for Skyward. Just really quickly, on April 10th, we payrolled our first payroll under the new system, approximately 1,500 employees, and it went incredibly smoothly. It was really, really, I mean, we had a few blips, 20 or so people that their direct deposit didn't go through, but same day we got it fixed. So they did get paid on that same day. So it went great, and we got another payroll coming up, so we get to practice a little more moving forward. So just wanted to tell the board that everything is going really smoothly with Skyward. So thanks to the HR team, the payroll team, and the fiscal team, they've all really pulled it together to do a great job. So thank you for that.
Thanks for the Skyward update. I appreciate that. All right, with that, I move to approve the supplemental purchase orders and the supplemental accounts payables as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second for Mr. Craddy. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peckety?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 16.10, this is removed from the consent agenda. This is in regards to the 6-month review. I will move to approve, let's see, this one's always a hairy one for me. Move to approve the release of closed session minutes from July 18th, 2019, August 15th, 2019, April 28th, 2021, and August 23rd, 23. Also allow for the destruction of the verbatim recordings from April 2024 through September 2024 as allowed by law.
Second.
Second for Mr. Craddy. Was there any discussion on this one?
Only that, I don't believe I did this, came in and did this last 6-month review. I had come in early March and had reviewed the minutes that were typed up, but I don't believe, I'm like 99% sure I did not go through and review what you reviewed. I think you came in, and then I came in a couple days later. I'd come in before the board meeting, but I only made it through the minutes that were being typed up. I was looking at those. I didn't do the next 6-month chunk to date.
I see. I thought,
So,
because when I talked
yeah.
to Sharon, I was
I
under the
think-
impression that you did,
right,
which is why I came in and completed it when I was able to do it.
right. But there's, and that leads kind of back to, discussion that we had earlier in the year where you've already reviewed them, I have not, but you don't want to release any of them, so then what happens if I review and there's some that I feel should be released? Then do those come to the whole board to be the decision maker for us? So we're kind of circling back to that, but like I said, I did not review that next 6-month chunk.
I see. Okay, so,
Because like I said, I came in about an hour before the meeting back in early March,
sure.
but I didn't get through to the review.
So let's do this. The ones that are presented here, did you get through the ones that are listed? Because if not, then we will respectfully ask the board to vote this down and then revisit this after you have a chance to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought, I was under the impression that this was good to go.
I think there was just some miscommunication because I had come in and how far I had gotten in my review. So I don't think it was anything, intentional or anything like that. I think it was just a misunderstanding. So I'm good with the ones that we decided to release. It's with the audio recordings. So do we want to approve part of this?
Since the motion is made and seconded, we can respectfully ask the board to vote that down. They can still approve it, but we can ask them nicely. And then once that's declined or voted down, then we can motion to just approve the specific closed session minutes and not include any verbiage about the verbatim recordings themselves.
Or if the board is okay, I can recapture it when I do the next 6 months, which would be then in September. So if the board is okay, then we can move forward with this but then we're talking about destruction of recording.
And that's why I'm saying is.
Yeah, I see what you're, yep.
Past the open stuff, past the minutes to release.
Yep, the top portion of
Part A.
Part A.
And then we re-motion, capture Part A only, and then we'll agree to not do the closed session minutes. Because we'll vote the motion down as two pieces.
I suggest we make an amendment to the motion rather than voting something down.
We can do that too.
That'd be the proper way, sir.
Okay. We can do that too.
You make the amendment after the second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to second the amendment, but.
Correct. Yeah, that's a whole another layer. That's trying to keep it simpler instead of all that. So, okay.
So who makes the,
Since I made the motion, I'll ask that somebody else make the amendment.
I'll make the motion for the amendment then. I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion approving what we'll call Part A, executive session meetings from July 18th, 2019, August 15th, 2019, April 28th, 2021, and August 23rd, 2023. Move those forward, release, and removing what we'll call as Part B, the remainder of the executive closed session meeting minutes, which still require confidential treatment, closed session audio recordings from April 24th through September 24th, which will move forward for destruction at the March 19th meeting during closed session.
Second the amendment.
I'm going to paraphrase here just so that we're all clear on what's going on. And catch me if I'm wrong here. So your amendment is to exclude the destruction of the audio recordings.
Correct.
Okay. So we need to vote on the amendment first. We have the second for the amendment by Mr. Root. But we will need to do a roll call vote on the amendment itself. Please.
Okay, so the amendment was made by me at the second by,
Mr. Root.
right? And now we're doing the roll call on this. Thank you.
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino.
Yes.
Mr. Root.
Yes.
Mr. Krabby.
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mr. Feckity.
Yes.
Mrs. Murray.
Yes.
Mr. Bobby.
Yes.
Okay, the vote on the amendment is 7-0, rolling it back to the original motion. It is just for the release of the 4 minutes that are specifically identified in the agenda. That is what is left on the table now. So we will need another roll call vote to simply release the 4 minutes only.
Second. So,
No, the motion
Oh,
was
the motion,
made,
okay.
seconded, the amendment took care of that. It rolls back to the original motion that was on the table. It was amended to omit the destruction of the audio recording. So it's simply for the release of the 4 minutes. And I know it's a lot of minutia, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
I still second.
It doesn't need a second because it was the amendment was passed, the second was already in place. It's just now the roll call votes of the entire heap of due.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes to release those 4 sets of minutes. Motion passes 7-0. Item 16.11 regarding resolution 2026-01. I'm just gonna ask for discussion before I make the motion. What's up here?
I know we've talked about it, me, from a personal standpoint, I am just still struggling with approving minutes that I cannot attest to the accuracy. That's just a me personal, thing. The minutes that I have reviewed, from even time when I was on the board the last time, they just don't seem, I'm just not comfortable attesting to approving them. And that, again,
Okay,
that's a new thing.
noted.
And I guess I just want to add more so for the record, is what I brought up at the last meeting, is that by law, these minutes need to be approved at some point, so they could be approved today, they could be approved 10 years from now, but a board at some point in the future has to approve these by law. So just to be clear that by law, they have to be approved by somebody, and being the fact that these are dated so far back, many of us were not part of those, but if we're going to vote, I'm voting for this. It's not because I'm voting on something that I'm not aware of, it's voting because I feel like it's reached its point where we have to follow the law. That's it, my comment.
Yeah, and since we're gonna issue a commentaries, my 2 cents on this is, yes, at some point, these will need to be released by a future board or something similar. Nonetheless, until these are passed, any future board cannot look at these to say, we think these should be released to the public. These will continue to remain closed until there's closure on the minutes themselves. So while the situation is unfortunate and maybe unpalatable to some, and I hope I'm stating that nicely, it's meant respectfully, there's still a responsibility or closure that needs to be done. And I think it's still the right thing to do with the limited information, like you said, that might be contained. I have no reason to distrust or not believe that somebody was capturing minutes that were not done accurately. I'm going on the good faith of the people that preceded people in roles, and it was just a matter of the bureaucracy or other reasons that things didn't get released. So I don't think there was any ill intent. I think it's just things that fell through the loopholes over time. It's accumulated, and it's time to put this issue to bed. So that's my commentary on things.
And it is important because if they're not approved, yes, if they're not approved in a timely fashion, by law, then they almost automatically become subject to being released. And that's per OMA, and I understand that. Like I said, it's just I think it's what I know, but that doesn't trump the need to do it. And that was just my personal, that's all.
That's why I said it may not be palatable, right?
Right.
But it's the best resolution that we've got for the situation at hand. It is what it is.
We look at this as approval of all prior acts of the board, and so I support it. And second your motion.
All right, I haven't made one yet, but I'm about to. I thought the discussion was important before doing the motion. I didn't want to get captured in the middle of that. Anybody else want to chime in before I go ahead and move this forward?
No, I agree with Melissa. I mean, bringing up these issues, nothing we can do about it, but I'll put it on the record that I agree with you. And yeah, we can't change anything, but we got to shut the book on this for sure. Yeah, follow the law, like Mr. Bobby said.
Okay. Last call for comments. right, not hearing any, I move to adopt and approve Resolution 2026-01, regarding the approval of 47 executive closed session meeting minutes, from previous superintendents, boards, et cetera. That's all in there. Bundle. Yeah, period.
Second, period.
Thank you, Mr. Ruth. Just kept going. I felt like Mr. Altmeyer there.
Wow. I can't wait.
I await the roast, Mr. Altmeyer. I'll enjoy that one. I probably earned it too. All right, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ruth,
Yes.
Mr. Peckity,
Yes.
Mrs. Murray,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby,
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino, respectfully no, Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Any public comment? I don't see anything.
No.
Okay. We have no public comment for item 17. We do have closed session that has been suspended. I move to re-enter closed session at 9:00 on the head.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Feckety. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Craddy,
Yes.
Mr. Ruth,
Yes.
Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mr. Peckity,
Yes.
Mrs. Murray,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby,
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0, and we are back in closed session. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. Good night and good luck.